long night. I had a long night. I had a couple dreams. My dreams are always I'm either destroying some type of monstrous fear or I'm saving others. And the people that I'm saving are people that never gave a fuck about me ever. But they're people that oftentimes I come to in their dreams and their suffering. And I help them. The last dream I had was there's a girl that I've been trying to be with for a very long time. And she was kind of a hoe in high school. She was like the hottest girl in high school. She was kind of a hoe. So I've been having dreams about her for a long time. I had a dream that she was in my dad's house that we lost because of police and blah, blah, blah. We'll get to that. And she was just sitting there with me. Then I had a dream that we were once on a boat and I was paddling a big boat through my hometown and she was sitting there, but she was all red and full of darkness and I was all this infinite bright light up to the heavens. And a couple other dreams, and then last night, I have to itch really quick because of this fan right here, and nothing else. I had a dream last night that I was basically moving into her world, like Kolyoko style. I was moving into her simulation to like check on her, and I don't think I had control over it as much as it was the universe guiding me to see her. Whether she's an archetype of just the hottest girl that I can imagine, or it was really her. I was in there, and I saw her just walking around getting fucked by 50 guys. I would say that there was a waiting room, and then there was the guy she was interested in. I wouldn't say 50 guys. So I walked in, and I looked around, always trying to fight off narcissistic gang stalkers and leeches that think that they can control me, and they get jealous and angry at my ability to create, and they just live in this delusional power-sucking, how close can I get to Casey without having to apologize or do anything but slowly just seep into his world so I can drain it all and then take his mojo. Like I'm not on the other end seeing everything, you know what I'm saying? But with this girl, I was in there. I had to block out a bunch of old friends that were trying to do that. And frenemies that I've done nothing to. But one of my oldest friends, Sam, was in the waiting room, just sitting there. And I went up to talk to him because the girl that I was there to see was getting fucked by some like 35-year-old with huge muscles. Maybe even older, maybe 40. So I turned around, I was like, I'm all good on that. And then I saw my old friend Sam, and I said, what are you doing here, man? And he's like, oh, I fucked her 8 times in an hour. And I was like, okay. And then I felt this pain that Sam didn't know what to... Every time I come to Sam, he doesn't know what to do with his life. And he's always in a position to lead, and he's failing very horribly. And I have to come in and be like, okay, I've been trying to promote you, brother. But none of you know how to apologize and come clean about the secret stuff you do to people that you're secretly jealous of, whether you want to admit that or not. So I was talking to him, and I said basically, because he was like on the fence of asking me for help, and then his soul broke through and was like, I need help, man. And I said, isn't it crazy haven't you noticed that every time you think about getting my help, a green car pulls into the parking lot? And then I showed Sam, I pointed him out the window, and you looked outside, and there was an entire parking lot filled with bright green cars. And then there was a bunch of ancient sloth bears, like the common ancestor between bears and man, maybe? Like my bear ancestors in evolution, just these old sloth bears, and they were just walking on all fours. But they were big. They were like half the size of a car, like the size of maybe a not a wolfhound, bigger than a black bear, long like a dog, but it was a bear. Sloth bears. And then I kept going and I kept going down further, trying to catch those sloth bears. And the rooms kept changing and looking weirder and weirder. And then I woke up. There was some more things that I can't remember, but I woke up. But the point is that all these red cars and black cars and all this random stuff that I see in this world, it's just that in this world there's a heavier level of we feel it's reality. That's all it is. Between the dream world and this world, there's just parameters set to make it seem more real. But in reality, it's just a dream. We're just dreaming. So in my dreams, the same events happen the same ways. It's just there's a little bit less restriction on reality. So things like the environment changes quickly. And the people are more honest, I think, in dreams. It's a lot easier to lie on Earth than it is in wherever we go and we dream. Just because we have the illusion over our eyes. And I think I just naturally don't have that. Like there are things that I don't naturally, like if I don't know what they're doing, I can still pick up on the general intention of it. And I think other people that live in isolation, like lonely men and women do. Lonely men and women that spend all the time probably alone, daydreaming and dreaming, pick up on it a lot more. Like I have friends that love keeping secrets, and their whole thing is that they live in this secret judgmental vibe where they try to figure out everything they can to gain control over it, and then slowly try to leech the life force out of everyone around them. I've had a lot of friends like that, and they do it in different ways. Every Cancer I've met does that. If someone has heavy Cancer in their chart, it just seems like they're always trying to figure everything out and then suck it all in for themselves and then keep you at bay so they can slowly control you. And I've learned how to break free. But you can't be friends with those people. I want to put everybody on, but when I notice myself starting to feel like I am losing control of my ability to be myself, I think about why, and then I pay attention to what I'm becoming instead, and it's always a narcissistic gang stalker. It was always somebody that was projecting at me, and I choose to be a little naive to it in hopes that eventually they'll change, and they never do. So, and those people always come back because they're feeding off you. So it's not a coincidence that they always come back. It's almost like you can't, especially if you're a content creator, it's so hard to get them out because they'll just sit there obsessed with you. There's something fundamentally wrong with them. So while I'm here, we're just going to take a quick stroll through and write down again what I can come up with and what happened. Yeah, be sure to like the video. Thanks for watching. I'm going to keep going. I'm watching Wonder Woman. Lately, I've been having these long contemplative bouts in this building, and then whatever I'm thinking about, Futurama, every time I turn on Futurama, the show will start talking about. Gal Gadot is not that hot. I don't know why people like her so much. Okay. But yeah, I'll be thinking about something, and then Futurama will say pretty much exactly what I'm thinking about. So we're going to take this, and we're going to put you here with the Arizona. I've been cooking my noodles in this mango Arizona. It's tasting, I like put a little bit of mango Arizona at the bottom and then the rest with water when I heat up my pasta. It's pretty good. I'm going to put a Hot Pocket in. I'm going to explain it in a second. Hold up. I'm assuming this is my mother. As much as I've told her to stop stalking me, she can't because she's an obsessed retard. There's something very wrong with her. She's sick. And she needs to have her electronics taken from her. So, the hardest thing has been finding a lawyer that cares. Because I have so many things that are class action lawsuitable. But I haven't found a lawyer that is free, his mind is free, that also cares. They won't sit down with me. It's like they're not like somehow they're able to function in a way that lets them be successful, but they've lost all sense of everything else. And then I would seemingly be dysfunctional because I don't have a job and I don't have a source of income that isn't by donation. Yet, in so many other aspects of life and reality, I'm way more proficient than everybody that I come across. And that lets me be a role model. And I think that's why many schizophrenics say that they get these superpowers when they're forced to be homeless. Like a lot of schizos say that I just need to go to the ocean and then I sit at the ocean and they tell me you're going to be blessed and you're going to be amazing and you're going to do all this stuff, but you can't work. So they have to live in this, looking like this and living in Section 8 and wandering around doing nothing. It's because they're living outside of the matrix. They're pioneering a new world. They're weaving and creating something outside of societal expectation that was made by the Freemasons to farm sexual energy from children. And that's why the Jonas Brothers and Justin Bieber sold sex to 13-year-old girls to harvest their fruits when they would think about them, worshiping a false idol. You know what I'm saying? So, today we're going to study what entrapment means. Entrapment. And then on this piece of paper, we're going to have all the events. So, make sure to like the video. Sped by. Reached in. Dad tried to save us. Excessive force. Police brutality. Assaulting a child. Okay. So that's the first thing I have. Then I have neighbor. Cop comes into apartment illegally. Okay. Good morning. I don't know. I can't trespass your eyes, so I don't mind that my parents are stalking me, but I think it's sick behavior. I think they're mentally ill, and I think that they need a lot of help. And I don't want to give it to them. I hope they die. I'm done. I hate my family. My aunt and my mom, my dad, and at this point, my cousin has gone down the wrong road. I'm glad he's doing better in his life, but he lost a sense of empathy and compassion that I won't forgive. I don't like who he became. So my other cousin is out to lunch. I think STDs are sexually transmitted demons. I think she did too many drugs, and I think she got possessed, and I think that she tried to infect my aunt with it. And I think it's just going to become more and more aware as we go through the next few years what happened to her. So my dad, who was a raging narcissist, was mad that after we hadn't spoken 3 years, for some reason, he got extremely mad when I didn't answer him for 3 weeks in one period, because he was probably drinking or getting off drugs, and the narcissism in him felt this need for control. So Dad randomly 6 cops on me narcissistically. The cop violated my Fourth Amendment right by coming into my apartment illegally. No one had any idea who I was. That cop didn't know who I was, and he didn't know who my dad was. My dad was just trying to get into an apartment to say that he could, to reinstill that fear that they had some form of control they don't over me, which is why I'm happy that I beat his ass. Okay? So I got sick from that cop. He literally coughed in my face. He sneezed and coughed in my face. Sneezed and coughed in my face. Missed court because I called them, emailed them, begged them. Attitude and ignorance, neglect, no one told me they issue warrants, including my lawyer. You'd think my lawyer would call me, but she must have not liked homeless people, or not liked my family or something, or she's not good at her job. Then we had four cruisers showed up with over 6 cops. slamming on my door. Another attempt to violate my lease. And none of this happened until I bought a nice car because I made money on Doge. As soon as I got that nice car, I had about 40 people obsessively stalking me, attacking me. And half of them were cops. Do you understand me? Mm-hmm. They're going to get what's coming to them. Imagine sitting there judging from the other side of the screen. When you could be cleaning your house and going for a walk and doing the right thing for once. I will never care if my parents are proud of me, but I hope that my parents strive to let me live proud of them after they die. Am I on the right path? Let's see. Yeah. Double heads. We'll do one more just to prove it. Triple heads. So then we won't count all the different times I was pulled over for no reason because I don't want to get into those. But every town I went in, I got pulled over. I mean, I was present for 15 cops surrounded a pregnant woman and pushed their bellies against her child and talked down to her, trying to get her to submit to them. And then they got really emotional and angry when she didn't. And then they just tackled a homeless guy and beat the fuck out of him in front of me. And then a month later, the same cops raped a girl in Burlington. And then they used to pull me over when I would DoorDash, and they would just slam on my window and scream at me, trying to get me to act disorderly so that they could find a way to kill me, basically. So that was hard. They did in New York, they would just rip me out of the car for no reason. And they would just throw me on the ground and put their knee on my back. And they would just stand there laughing. It was like it was a mock search. They were trying to get me to do something like reach for a gun or a knife or scream or act disorderly, and I would just sit there and bear it. And then the next time those cops saw me, I had a car full of gang members, and they left us alone. And I was driving. I got them a bench press. I got them a pull-up and dip bar. I got them stuff. They were on house arrest, so I don't think they had any involvement because they were in they were in a motel program, and they had spent 5 years in jail. So I don't know if they were really gang members or they were claiming it just for cred around town. But the fact of the matter is, they were big black men. And they were my friends, and they treated me the most respectfully out of everybody so far. So far, those have been my best friends. I don't talk to them, though, because I'm crazy. Coming to Vermont has made me crazy again. When I was in New York, I was focused, had a head on my shoulders. Tons of girls wanted me. I was good at flirting. I was in my element. Not really pretending to be anything, but just trying new means to talk to people with a different perspective. It was a lot. I mean, it was the year of the water. It was a yang. It was a dark. I don't know the yin and the yang, if the yang is dark or if the yang is light, but it was a dark year of the water tiger, just like this is a dark year of the snake, and last year was a light year of the dragon, and then 2023 was a dark year of the cat. Water cat. So we have If my family's still here, a lot of my content was recycling your own problems back at you like a mirror. So the things that you would talk shit about me to everybody, the things that you would put on Facebook, was the behavior that you didn't like about yourself. Go back through your Facebook messages and comments and posts about me and change me to an overarching perspective of you looking at your own life. That's how to be the most compassionate soul, is that I'm just reflecting back what you guys don't like about yourself usually. And then for the rare person that's an optimistic, hopeful person that makes progress and change, I'm a gateway to a better life. And it's usually at my detriment. I self-sacrifice for people like Larry and the consistent parasites that keep orbiting me. And then I go, you see me, I fight hard for people that I feel deserve it, even if they disrespect me at the end. Like the last time I saw Lynn down there, she was like, man, I just had pizza for 3 days in a row. And she's like, well, I'm going, goodbye. And then locked her door. So I was like, oh, you thought that I was like, I was trying to do something nice for you out of appreciation. Because I felt like I wanted you to have a better ascension to the next month, which you did. I could feel it. I could feel out in the woods how happy they were, the people that I helped. Okay. Okay. So my mom lied to the police under the guise of mental illness. The police, when they showed up, were not communicative. They attacked me. They did a tactic called entrapment, where they escalate the situation, hoping that the target also escalates back so that they can use their qualified immunity to make the perp. So the way that when they just yanked me, it was to force me to resist in confusion. The whole time I was communicative and respectful. This isn't the first time that I've had demons, puppet NPCs to restrain me into trying to rip out myself and leave me as a lifeless. What do you call it when you're able to be fully inside of yourself, present, where you feel like you're in your body and you feel comfortable and you can look around and think about things? That's what they'll get violent to stop me from doing. Authenticity. The whole time I was respectful and communicative. I think the worst part of humanity are the bootlickers. The boots and the bootlickers. What else did they do? They didn't wash my eyes. After they pepper sprayed me, didn't wash my eyes. The sergeant refused to apologize. I asked him. Pepper spray in my eyes, not crying, not reactive, disciplined, badass. Said, I want you to apologize for what your officers did to me tonight. And he said, well, I wasn't there. And I said, well, you're going to find out what they did to me tonight, and I want an apology. He's like, okay. And then the other cop walked up, and even though I was pepper sprayed and couldn't see, I could see he was right in my face, and I could feel the energy. I said, I don't like your little dick or your stupid, I don't like your lack of common sense and your little dick, is what I said to him. The other person was trans. It was a trans cop, or a very ugly female cop. What? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There we go. They didn't wash my eyes. Sergeant refused to apologize. In station, refused to wash my eyes. So what we over here on this end call that aren't police or bootlickers or just general pieces of shit. What people that aren't like that call that is inhumane. Forcing me to, even though pepper spray was used, I still had access to the ambulance. I'm still entitled to, once I'm cuffed, to have the pepper spray leave my eyes, or else that's considered torture. So they refused to wash my eyes, probably because they think that I was a punk kid, and they have this preconceived notion and this brainwashed, drunk prejudice. Because most cops do more drugs than the people that they deal with on a daily basis. So the pepper spray didn't wash my eyes. Sergeant refused to apologize. In-station refused to wash my eyes. I was forced to use the toilet because there was no water. Because no faucet, no working faucet. I'm not going to speak about what happened with the sheriff on YouTube, but when I was eventually brought the same sheriff's department that got caught raping that 10-year-old girl for 6 years, was eventually brought to courtroom made eye contact with court officer. He grabbed his gun. Hand on holster. And lunged towards me. Judge Treadwell, because I think Judge Hayes was the initial judge as like a good PC, and I was like, I didn't do anything, and she was like, I'm going to family court. She said, I've dealt with the family for a long time. He's a good kid. And then she left. And then Judge Treadwell, who is a practicing Freemason that openly does the signs, And that when I come in, the presence of God is so overwhelming, he freaks out and he starts to attack my lawyer emotionally. He's a sick fucking pervert that's probably responsible for a lot of sexual crimes that he's either perpetuated, that he's either done himself or he's perpetuated by being a node in the system that allowed for that behavior to continue. And he specifically targeted me because all cops target handsome young men with deep voices. And I usually had a deep voice. When I'm finally away from everybody and I'm away from all this and I'm out in the woods, I have a deep voice, which is crazy to think because my voice is probably pretty high pitched. That's literally trauma to keep me from my root chakra. You know what I'm saying? I'm indigenous, African and Irish, Romanian. So I'm glad they finally fucking left. Fuck them. They couldn't handle the truth. It was like, I have to find a way to make it his fault. It has to be his fault. He can't be a victim. It can't be my fault. I can't be the one that was responsible for it. He wasn't just trying to make music, and the world was attacking him. Remember to celebrate the small victories, is what my fortune cookie says for me. I am the best. I am. So he grabbed his gun, hand on holster. The judge was overly aggressive in tone, and had I'll put in quotes, dark eyes staring me down the whole time. Got more and more irritated and aggressive until he felt I submitted, in quotes. I was just trying to be present. And good vibes, in quotes. Okay, I guess we're gonna leave it at that and tackle it in a couple hours when I make more phone calls. But from what I remember, we'll also put the cops showed up every day, sometimes for weeks. Showed up for months. Cops showed up for months. All right. Then after that, we can get into what they did to me, my parents and the police, and the judge, and my lawyer's neglect. 3 years ago, what that did to me in the community, especially now that we have so much evidence with Planet Hank. So I don't know why these cringe little guys on my Discord have not been helping me, because we could get a lot of money, fam, that none of them deserve. And that's not even my incentive. I literally just want to reverse what was done to me. I just want my power back. I want my creative flow. I want my ability to make jokes. I want my ability to be present in the moment and to have BDE around bad bitches. I want my self-worth. I'm happy for the growth that I've been through the past 3 years. I'm happy with who I became. Things that used to make me freak out are nothing to me anymore. I'm a man now. I'm an adult. I've got a good head on my shoulders. I've weathered the storm, and I passed Sundance. I completed Sundance and then weathered the storm. I made it through the storm. I survived. So I'm very proud of that. But I'd like everything back now. And if that means I have to cut Nate off for not apologizing for trying to sleep with my girlfriend behind my back and refusing to explain himself for the weird secret things he does, or he did years ago. Because I had all night. There's like people that come back into my life and then I go through the same process of them attacking me. I've had people tell me it's like demons that don't like them. But then at the end of the journey, I figure out there was some big secret that they were hiding from me. That was extremely disrespectful. So I don't think it was a demon. I think it was an angry ancestor that won't tolerate what's going on behind the scenes. So it limits my ability to do anything. And I know that they get what's coming to them. I don't know, when they attack me with disrespect, and then it all comes to me in waves, and I realize all the different ways they were subtly being disrespectful. And I'm like, I can't believe you. Hey, I've been cutting off these narcissistic gang stalkers, and the attractive women have popped up back on my suggested friends. No, God is watching you. When you think you're alone, all the different emotional processes you go through and the things you think about. Imagine you're sitting in a coliseum and everyone that's ever come before you and everyone that's watching is watching your consciousness. Every single thought that you have when you jerk off, they're all watching. They might even be helping you imagine whoever you're thinking about by pretending to be them.
Everybody who you call your friend, most people you call your friend is not your friend. I mean, I'm not talking about most of the people who you think are your friends are not your friends. You want to know why? Because you don't know who your damn friend is until they get tested. And some of y'all got friends you've been around for years, never been tested. I'm talking about when you need a beetle pain and you need some help with something, can you count on your friend without them talking about you? When you need a lift, will they go out as they will, will they tell you to go call somebody else? The fake friend in need is always eager to exploit your good nature. You also better be careful about fake friends who are always in need. Mm-hmm. They may be just using you. Mm-hmm. Fake friend in need is always eager to exploit your good nature and use it against you. This type of energy vampire will first try to get close to you. That's why you better be careful about these people, because they know how to wedge themselves into your life. Because when they first come into your life, they're going to do a lot for you. If you ain't on your feet, they'll help you get on your feet. Oh, you need some money? loan me some money. Oh, you ain't got no card to go there? Hey, you can use my card. They'll let you use the keys. Oh, I'm on the phone with you, trying to encourage you. Yeah, man, you shouldn't be feeling like that, but you better be careful with people like that because sometimes they got a hidden agenda. And they know that if they do a lot of good things for you in the beginning, they can exploit you until the end of time. And every time you get into your mind like, damn, they used me, I'm going to quit letting this happen, you'll think back. Yeah, but 2 years ago when I was doing bad, they loaned me $150 or they loaned me $500. I can't act like that. You go right back to letting them use you. This type of energy vampire will first try to get close to you. Only then will they start asking for favors and leeching off of any kindness, sympathy, or understanding you show them. That's
Or trying to slowly demean you to make you seem like you're crazy, or try to seem like you're stupid, or just really this undercutting mojo battle where they try to seem more confident than you. They'll wait and play your social reputation like chess, so they can sort of like get into your friend group and try to overshine you. Undercutting and try to overshine you so they can slowly take your position. And then because that's driving them into demonic possession, they'll reveal little hints because they think there's some secret mastermind, but really they're just taking advantage of somebody's compassion. Like I'm a tree, and then the guy that was draining my sexual energy comes into my house when I feel so drained I have a panic attack, and he goes, well, my dick is a tree trunk. And he twitches and looks at me, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? And then years later, I'm like, oh, now that I know that the NPCs in my life, when the thing comes through them, it reveals things that I will fall into place when I get the grand scheme of things. Like in that 300 story, remember God gave me my 300 moment? Let me kill this cockroach. Sucks. I thought that doing YouTube would put me with a bunch of people that support me and want the best for me and don't have any hidden motives or agendas or are just normal, cool people. But what I found is that a lot of people are so stuck in their own problems, I forgot how addictive content is. And that you become a source of their disgusting habits. What the fuck should I kill this roach with? I'll use my tape measure. I killed a roach. It was crawling around. It came down from the ceiling. So that's just all that happened in the first 3 months of, my ex-girlfriend's grandma once accused me of being domestic violent. And one time she came over to my house and her grandmother was very mad about that. So while we were hooking up, 4 cops showed up at the door and took her out of my apartment half naked and interrogated her about anything that I might have done that was arrestable, while her grandma sat in the parking lot smiling and staring at me through the window. Because I think that white suburbia is a stain on the earth. I think there's something really wrong with them, and I think TV destroyed their lives. God help them. Cream soda in my cherry cola? I think so. I think so, man. Cream soda in my cherry cola. Man, I need some cigarettes. I need some smokes, man. I remember why I smoked. It was for the people. It was because empathy. Proud white people are the worst. Every time I'm scrolling on Facebook and I see a proud white person that's saying and doing something that makes me very angry, I hit refresh, and then it's one of those memes about, or one of these pictures of the Native American. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Hey, hey. What's the matter if you're mine and you're fine and you look so divine and you come and get your love. 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 Hey, hey, what the matter if you're mine? Case. Last two letters of my first name is EY. Middle two letters of my last name is FRANCIS. What? FRANCIS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So my middle two letters is either AN or NC. So last letter is EY. AN. Let's do. I have three. Let's do. Ensviri. That's my dragon name, guys. I will only be addressed as such. She's hot. Is she a bot? Let's see. 279 friends, and she's a nursing assistant, so she's off the table because she's been corrupted by society. And she probably goes to bars, and she probably had trains ran on her in college. I'd rather a dummy that's, I don't know if I'd rather a dumb 6. I don't know yet. Let's focus on myself before I decide. But I'm not going to friend request her. I'm going to work on getting a horse instead. That's a big problem that needs changed. Why can't I ride a horse around Vermont? Can you guys tell me why I can't go from Montpelier to Newport on a horse if I wanted to? I'd have to either ride a bike or walk, even though it's full of fields and there's grass everywhere. Plenty of places to stop by a river. But I'm not allowed to have a horse. I didn't know this was communist Russia, Nazi Germany. There's a Stella for sale that's 212.24. There's a cool unique lighter case. Hey, hey, what the matter if you're mine and you're fine and you look so divine? Come and get your love. 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 Hey, hey. What's the matter if you're mine and you're fine and you look so divine? Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Oh. Time is moving very fast. Everybody wanted me to crash. I just left the past in the past. I got 150 on the dash. Same amount as in my mattress. I got bitches bending over backwards, doing backflips just to see my passwords. The game changes, then I learn and I adapt. Everything I do is magic, and they want to have it. Had to cut him off, that shit was tragic. I still spaz when I hear that whip crack. I guess I'm just another smack addict. And I built my own palace out of pallets in the Palisades. Y'all can catch a fade any day. I can't fuck with none of y'all bitches because y'all is gay. I put my family back in place. They wasn't seeing straight. They got stuck under the rain. I learned how to fly a motherfucking plane. All they do is just complain. They're complacent. I loaded up my bases when they locked me in the basement. I freed all of them slaves, and I got them building spaceships. I pray I never see the day I gotta use this stainless, but I'll do anything so my family can make it. I didn't do it for the fame or the critical acclaim. I just did it because I'm everything that everybody ain't, motherfucker. I'm Casey, on my way to greatness. I can smell the hate, but I know that they won't say shit. They can't see me coming, they need LASIK. I don't fuck with none of y'all bum bitches because all of y'all is basic. You look a little bumbleclot, you look a little pressed boy. I think you need a facelift. I go Super Saiyan when they lock me in the Matrix and fight every single day just to free all of these slaves stuck beneath demonic and robotic COVID symbiotic MK Ultra lazy crazy radio waves. I couldn't wait for you to see the diamond that this pressure made. So from now until the end of days, I am something ancient. Only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid and make my name last as long as my last name. Yeah, that's Francois O'Brien. If you're around alone, figure it out and pour one out for me. Let it go. If you don't, I'll see you around. I'll see you around. Anywhere you go, I'm not your enemy. Let it go. If you don't, I'll see you around. The nights were cold. Days were broken and full of pain. I was staring at the lake with no emotion on my face, and I looked up and I prayed and I flew out of the cage. I thought that I was dead and gone. It turns out I was brave. This is the type of feeling when you look into the mirror and you say, I'm gonna get it somehow or some way. I'm sick and tired of the way that we've been living. I'm gonna really be the difference. Then you go outside and everyone's insane. I'm the one to go to when you take the first step away in faith and you want to show the world a better way. I was born a saint. This feels like all of the love I gave when I fought my way to heaven with my people through depression in the trenches with a smile on our face. So from now until the end of days, you can find me swerving in and out of every lane, moving past eternal damnation, on my way to salvation. if you're around alone, figure it out and pour one out for me. Let it go if you don't. I'll see you around. I'll see you around. You call me back. My simulation's crashing, can't remember how to act. I rode the wave till it crashed. I was swimming, now I'm slipping through the cracks. I was conquering the world, now I'm barely beating back panic attacks, trying to make something that lasts. So can you call me back? You've been on my mind for a minute. You're the piece that I've been missing. You're the secret I kept hidden. You're the reason I get up and go the distance. Let's drive like there's no limit on the gas. I'll let my credit cards max. And when the sky comes falling down, can we sit on a mountain smoking Marlboro Black, singing hey ya, 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 Yahweh, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey. I don't want to call you back. Everyone I love is dead and buried in a casket. Nothing good ever lasts. And I can't use my mind trying to find a way. I got 150 on the dash. I don't give a fuck if I'm gonna crash. I've got a whole album. So where do I put it? Where's my next list? I need to make a list. I love making lists. I think I got it from my father. I think my father likes making lists. I think that's in my genetics somewhere. I need to make a list all the time. I love making lists of things I need to do that I'm going to ignore. I'm the Joker now. So we have Salvation, call me back. And then we have Leonard Forrest. And then we have Sun, Legend, Eternal. Calling back Marlboro Black. Winter Force, Arctic Swim. Sun, Legend, Eternal. I have gang stalkers that are always attacking me, trying to steal my status and destroy me. Trying to get anything they can for themselves, just like trying to scoop out blessings for spiritual resources. And I have so many friends that I think are my friends that I have to keep letting them back into my life because they literally won't leave me alone. I have stalkers. People that are stalking me. And it's like they can't hold, it's like they go as hard as they can. If they can steal some of me for themselves, cool. If they can't, they turn into Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Literally turn into Smeagol. I've got friends that turn into Smeagol when I don't give them my emotional energy and I don't comply with their parasitic connections. My love is eternal. I'm finally free, singing outside with the birds and the bees, swaying around like the leaves in the trees until we get tired and fall asleep in the breeze. Dream of a world where nobody is me, and we only scheme of the best way to wake up the people not ready to feel it. My love is eternal. My love is eternal. My heart, my soul, take my hand, girl, grab a hold, we can go somewhere remote, don't nobody have to know, only us, girl, just us two, let's escape, forget the world, open up and lose control, just sit back and let us flow. What other songs do I have? I hear the thunder and rain, shaking again. I don't give a fuck about you. The macaroni art you make to prove to daddy you're not stupid. And fool, I tell your pastor what to do. I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my house. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here. And I can go back anytime that I feel sad. I miss your smile, the way you laugh. I miss your eyes. And what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause you moved on, but in my heart, you're laying with me. But you're all gone, and I'm still around, wandering anywhere but my hometown. I'm scared to see what they built on what burns down. You're all here in my memories. I keep like an old 8-track of classic CDs. I play as I lay back and fall to pieces, terrified of what I can't see. I'm on a hill next to a tree, staring out at the ghosts of you and what I couldn't do, a symphony. Sammy Kehoe had an older sister with long brown hair and a soul that sent shivers, and it made me smile just thinking I could keep her warm. But she grew up in a big family, and I grew up alone down the street. By the grace of God, on her birthday, we didn't meet. But when you grow up in isolation way out there, just you and nature, it makes you weird and your vibe is wrong. And everything you say is a song, and no one can understand. So I fumbled my words when I cuddled her close, and she went off to the boy down the road, and I was alone, just doing my push-ups with my guitar. And when the world got cold and they went missing, I found myself back right at the beginning on a snowy dirt road. Me, the trees, and the Lord. And I pray one day I'll find me a girl in the north. If the world doesn't keel over, I'll find me a princess, and then I'll find me a queen of the north. There we go. When the world got cold and they all went missing, I found myself back right at the beginning on a snowy dirt road. Just me, the birds, and the Lord. So Sammy Kehoe had an older sister with long brown hair and a soul that sent shivers, and it made me smile and it lit my fire just thinking I could keep her warm. But she grew up in a big family, and I grew up on a mountain down the street, and the right words I just could never form. 'Cause I grew up in isolation, mountaintop singing, way out in nature. I guess in the end, I was just too real to conform. So she moved on to the boy down the road, and I sat alone. She moved on to the boy down the road, and I sat alone with nothing but hope. And I dropped out of school and did acid with a band on a mountaintop. I don't know how to. We'll work on it. We'll workshop it. I think I'm gonna call it Further North. Sammy Kehoe had an older sister with curly brown hair, with long brown hair, with long dark hair, with long dark. It's black. They have black hair, blackish brown, with long black hair, and a smile that sent shivers, and a soul or a smile or eyes, with eyes that sent shivers, and it lit my fire. Just thinking I could keep it warm. My ancestors hate you guys. My ancestors hate you guys. Every time I go live, I feel like the world is disappointed in me. Every time I make a Discord, every time I add my friends back that I've already cut off years ago, my army of ancestors up there are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's a time to be compassionate, and you're doing it to the wrong people. You guys are disgusting. My family and my old family and friends. The new people, it's whatever. We don't know each other. Nothing going on there. But my family and friends are sick fucking freaks. You have no idea. You have no idea what it's pathetic. It's so pathetic. It's fucking disgusting. My mother's fucking disgusting. At the end of the day, they're just lazy. It's just laziness. I mean, I don't know. I drew the short straw with them. It's all right. I think I need to go out in the woods and finish my songs. How long do we have until it's February, so the snow melts in March? Let's see, when does the snow melt in Vermont? When does the snow melt? So the thing shivers and it makes me smile, just thinking I could keep her warm. I'm thinking that, I mean, there's snow everywhere. I'm completely accustomed to cold now. I don't get cold out there anymore. Yeah. So we have until April. We got 2 more months of winter to really get this shit figured out. I think I could get a degree in 6 months in like wildlife conservation if I wanted to. That'd be pretty cool, man, but I don't know. I wish that I could just go right into. I want to travel. I want my own land, and I want it to be here in Vermont. I thought that I wanted, the people, places, and things were projects. I continued to talk to my dad, and I continued to talk to my mom, and continued to talk to my cousin, and I fought like hell to try to figure out how to fix their life, and saving tons of people along the way, thousands, at least 1,000. Set over, like definitely like around 2,000 if we count from 2014 on when I went into DCF custody. Because the people that I really worked with individually, and then the people that they went on to help through me. I'm talking about like leaders and people that became mayors of towns and people that became like managers of programs or managers of businesses and just go on to be better people after they meet me. And we hang out for a little while, and then all of a sudden their whole life transforms. Kept them around because I am a floaty guy. I'm definitely an ancient tree, but ingraining myself in a community of people that constantly need help and work is like my purpose, but it's the worst thing it's my worst nightmare almost, is not being able to go anywhere and do anything that I want. I need freedom. Freedom. It's my middle name, freedom. Which means that in order to get my needs met, I needed to have people in positions that can do that work for me. So I figured if I just spread and went across New England, across the world, hopefully, but right now across New England and some parts in major cities across the country, have people that now have relationships with me that have grown into become everyone. All the random characters I meet become like the people I inspire now are like permanently set up in fortresses. Like one girl lives in a mansion, one guy lives right in Beverly Hills, one guy lives down in Miami, one guy lives in Austin, Texas. People that hang out with Casey that I work with become leaders of men. I'm like a king of kings type, 33 life path. So I figured as long as I have all these different nodes, I would be able to go be free and travel and do all the things that I feel like I'm meant to. And then all these different people would be in position like roots of a tree interlocking so that I could still be spreading and I could still work on being Casey in the Kingdom of Champions, and I'd still have different characters that become worldly famous because of me and embody the energy that I create, probably with this system of nodes. Like this is like all my relationships together, weaving like a constellation. And then I have gang stalkers that try to suck everything out and destroy it. And it's so obvious. Some of them were in my Discord. It's obvious. It's just, you can tell. I think it's called the gift. Maybe I have the gift of discernment that I can intuitively pick up on what they're really saying. You know what I'm saying? But either way, I don't feel set. I felt if all the people that I'm around take so much work, and at the end of the day, everyone betrayed me. like sickening things to me that I can't. It was so hard for me to forgive. Appreciate it. I'm trying to be here for the next couple months. I miss being outside. I don't like being in society, but I'm sort of right in the bridge right now where I have this kind of I'm in the room at the end. Come on. I'm in the room at the end here, so I'm closer to nature than everybody else is, and I'm in the corner office here. But it's not enough. And I've had like yesterday, a crow dive bombed the window. A crow flew straight, so in the window, a crow came straight out of the woods, straight at my face like this, and then I pointed the camera at it and it went, and it flew off to the side, and it was huge. It looked like a toucan that was completely black. And that's on the live stream for proof that a crow attacked me, or tried to, and it didn't work. So that'll be good. And now, first name, I don't know if you're in the Discord. I have a Discord. You've got people that I think they're working on editing videos. I don't know what they're doing. We're just slowly working towards more things. And I've got some money in donations. I've got like $40. So we're making progress. But I'm just taking this time to rest and work on stuff and get a lot of sleep. And then I overfilled because I've been eating like just peanut butter sandwiches at McDonald's. So I've been stuffing my face a lot. Working on things, drawing. We're taking merch designs. If anybody's an artist or knows an artist, there's a way I don't know how good, I don't know the strength of my community. It's not really about that. It's more like I want to make something that I'm proud of and I have ideas. So I'm looking for people that want to work on making really cool things rather than making money. But the fact of the matter is, as long as you're pioneering cool things, the money will come. It's a shift right now where people didn't care about quality and they cared about money. And now we're shifting to the money's going to the quality. You know what I'm saying? And I'm also, I told you that where I'm at in my life in isolation sends signals out to the world that they're responding to, because I'm like a tree who grows into every garden. So I used to make shorts and I would tag random people. And then now when I'm going through my life and I'm in alignment, not a lion, but in alignment, I drew this crow. Is this my red book? This is my green book. So I drew this crow, and this was going to be my merch. I was going to draw a bunch of crows, and I was going to be like crows and then maybe a mountainside behind it and make it cool. And then Kill Tony, Will Survives, just people that are around my life. Like my mom loves Will Survives, and Will Survives is in Arizona, and Will Survives has a cameraman named Jesse. When I was trying to make my Will survive the onslaught of being homeless, to be able to survive and get to a position on a mountain where I could overlook and have a compound with people and inspire the world. Then Will Survives did that, and he had a cameraman named Jesse when I was trying to get my cousin Jesse as my cameraman, and I was sleeping with a girl named Jesse. Trying to be in a relationship with another girl named Jesse, and then someone named Jessica and Jesus were giving me a lot of money to get me through homelessness when I was living behind a vending machine in a laundromat, sleeping in the dryer to hide from people, and they would see me on the camera and they would come in and rip the dryer open and then stomp away, and I'd be like, fuck, they found me. They caught me trying to hide in their dryer. But Will Survives has started, that I bought a pack of crayons, sat down and had an art stream, and then the next day Will Survives dropped crayon merch. He sat down and made a half-assed thing. He got inspired. And then a couple other content creators did it, but they did it after me. Sort of like they're all different. Casey Francis O'Brien. Francis to me looks like the horse on the Imperial Legion helmet, but it also looks like Francis is like the feather headdress from the side view. Francis is, it could also be wings. And then Casey looks like a dragon. Casey looks like a panther. That's the tail, and that's the head. But Casey looks like a dragon. That's the body of the dragon. And these are the wings. Or it looks like a Chinese dragon. Or a snake. Cobra. Francis also looks like a mountain. But O'Brien looks more like a mount. O'Brien literally looks like the Mount Mansfield. Look, I'll show you. Let me try to show you a picture. O'Brien means a castle on the hill, like a king in a castle on a hill, essentially. So it makes sense that all my art is about free ancient dragons, and I'm the king of the world. Okay, Mount Mansfield. They're not showing good pictures of it. But the O with the apostrophe and the B, that like summit right there, so the O and then the apostrophe under it, then the B, the shape that makes is exactly what Mount Mansfield looks like. And every time I go there, I feel like this sense of connection to it, like I'm like meeting an old friend. This is probably the best picture I can show you right now. But this is from the opposite side. So when I see it, I'm looking at this where that's the O apostrophe B and then Ryan right there. Because I always come in from the opposite side. This is not the ski resort area. This is the backside. So if I did it in reverse, O'Brien. Come on. Like that's the top of the R right there. So when I was a child, my imaginary friends used to tell me that this world, come on, what are you doing? Come on, bitch. Okay. I had imaginary friends. It would just tell me that Vermont is like my playground and I'm a god. You go to Burlington, Vermont, and the names are all the people's names of my family. Like my cousin has never been to my cousin. He's not my cousin. He just showed up at my dad's triplex one day. She just walked up to my mom, and either my mom walked up to her or she walked up to my mom in pregnancy school. These strangers. But he has a channel called IDX where he does animation. He wanted to be a YouTuber. The first street that you go to when I got into Burlington is like when you go down Shelburne Road to get into the main street, Burlington. The first thing you have to pass is IDX Drive. Then the next big intersection is Spear Street. Dorset Street goes to the main second line of Spear Street, so I was always driving down Spear Street to avoid traffic. And my dad's name means Mighty Spear. At Spear Street, there's an intersection to Hayes Road and then Two Brothers Drive, and then O'Brien Meadows, O'Brien Farm Road, where the O'Brien family sits on top of a hill, exalted. My foster brother and my roommate in the retreat last name was Hayes, and people used to draw me as Robert Baratheon, who was Brian Baru, and then Ned Stark. my foster brother, right at 2 Brothers Drive. And then my judge's name was Hayes. That got me out of family court. That got me out of I was taught when I was dealing with my roommate Hayes, trying to get him out. I was talking to Judge Hayes about getting me out. And then my family moved into Hayes Court. And the Hayes is after a Yod, the Irish god of fire. Yod. That's the sound the fire makes when you throw things on it. It goes whoosh, Yod. The Irish god of fire. Tons and tons of stuff like that. Tons of stuff. And the street names aren't. I was dating a girl whose handle was Clover Chloe. So I would drive around for years and alone, and I would always see like Jacob's Way, Alex's Way, Dakota's Way, Jordan's Way, Gary's Way, all these different roads named after people in my life. And I was like, how come I never find Casey? How come I can never go down Casey Road? Where's Casey Road? I want to go down that road. I don't know. I'm passing Jacob's Way. I'm like, I don't like Jacob's Way. I don't like the way he lives life. I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to be like him. I want to go my own way. And then finally I like see Clover Road, and I was like, oh, I wonder what's down Clover Road. It's like just this little side street. And then I'm on Casey. I see Casey Road for the first time, and I'm like, oh shit. Finally. So I turn around on McNeil Road, which is the end of the road. It's a dead. So I turn around on McNeil Road, come back, take a picture of Casey Road, post it on my story, refresh my page. 3 hours south in my hometown, McNeil's pub burns down to the ground, killing him. And McNeil's pub was a hotspot for Irish and Indigenous people, where Indigenous nomads from across the country would gather at McNeil's pub. And while I'm on McNeil Road, he dies while I'm taking a picture of Casey Road. And then I have my birthday. I finally, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to help make GoFundMes for the family. I'm in the group chat. My same ops are screaming at me that I'm a schizo retard. And I'm like, I don't know you. Get off my dick. And they're still trying to slander me, do all this stuff. And I'm trying to help. And then on my birthday, I was at McNeil Cove in Shelburne. That's where I started living. On McNeil Cove. For a week, helping McNeil. And then I had a dream where he came through and told me, stop. I love these guys. You don't have to help them. It's okay. So I stopped. But every now and then I pop back in and say, there's 1,000 people in this group. I think you guys really should get together and recreate McNeil's in this $30 million museum that they're building in my hometown. They're building this big $30 million museum to guide traffic. I'm like, I think you should make the gift shop or the food court or something in there a McNeil memorial, or we should recreate McNeil's in a restaurant and pay homage to him with a memorial, get him a statue with him, with a bunch of Indigenous people and Irish people around him dancing, having a good time at the bar, the way it used to be. Because it's a cultural thing that I don't want to leave, because right when McNeil and all the Irish pubs went away, a Russian billionaire named Paul Beloger bought up all the farmland and tons of swaths of Brattleboro land, and he bought a lot of restaurants in town, and he started building Viking villages and Viking farms. And when you look at it, which is the most Irish part of the country, he bought, and now he's building Viking villages and farms, the people that invaded the land and enslaved them. So then you go to his website for Viking villages, and it's Latin, and it's this huge manifesto about the joy of spreading chaos. So people called me crazy for a long time because I posted that. And I was like, that's fucking weird. And if you guys don't see that that's weird, there's some serious issues going on here. We're nowhere near any real Viking settlements. This was Indigenous and Irish land. It's the most Irish part of the country. And suddenly when the Irish pub in the center of town burns down, you're buying up all the land and naming it after Vikings. I think you're a fucking nut job billionaire. You're my op. And that was in 2022. Now, since he's bought up the news and he's writing biased reports. The news has completely tanked. They're just throwing hate messages about homeless people in the community, inciting violence. My ops are now working together. My team of evil enemies. Paul, Henry, Rowan, and then other people that I don't really care. I don't really care about Rowan either. It's mainly just people trying to distract me by doing wrong things in the world. And then the less I care about them, the easier it is that they fizzle out and die. It seems the more I care about them, the harder they go trying to get my attention. And I don't even know them. They're hurting homeless people in Brattleboro, blowing up a giant community of it, thousands of people. But if I ignore them, they just fizzle away. They degrade to nothing, and they scream at each other. It's like any sort of attention I give them, they're like crabs screaming for a treat. And they're like, I'll kill as many people as I'll abuse homeless people and scream on the internet until I feel the good vibes and then I can take it, and then I'll wake up and pretend to be better than everybody again. I think there's got to be something in the Bible about that. So every now and then they draw me back in, and I make a comment being like, you guys need to stop. You guys are fucking nut jobs, and you're taking it out on people that don't deserve it. And when you're saying absolutely nothing about how the police are part of a pedophile organization that got caught, and I don't hear any of you saying anything about it. But you freak out when a homeless man who's suffering in addiction does things as a cry for help. I'd love if someone could edit all of this stuff, and maybe I'll go back and watch it. I've just been pumping out content that would be like little bits of these live streams would be very entertaining. I'm trying to put my best foot forward here. But I was waiting until we have this settled, so today I'm going to have to call the lady and make sure that everything's good on their end. And then maybe I'll go buy a tripod and we'll walk around. Can't stand the people, I think my biggest mistake was talking to my mom at all. I should have left her in 2014. She's been nothing but awful to me. It seems like every time I see her, it's a detriment to my life for a long time. There's something very wrong with her. That she needs a lot of help. She has no idea that every time we see her, that she starts screaming incoherently about how other people have problems. Screaming and running in circles, crying and screaming. Sometimes she said that she cried for an hour last time I saw her. Just screaming and crying. When I lived with her, she would just start running in circles, screaming she wants to go home. But everybody but her has problems. She doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't have any issues. She spends all of her time focusing on other people, obsessing and stalking me, actively trying to be a detriment to my life, to the point where she will lie to the police and slander me on the internet to avoid responsibility. If anybody needs to be in a psych ward, it's my mother. But she's got white pride. She thinks she's above it. Couldn't happen to me because I made a choice in my life to be that way. But I can judge you for your choices in life. Meanwhile, she's classified as a retard. I'm not asking if she's a retard. I'm calling her a retard. This is cool. I started making art where these were supposed to be nodes in a network. So every time there's more people involved, I head. And these are all people. And then I'm like, wow, that looks like a beard. I'm like, maybe each hair represents like a moment in space-time with string theory. A different version of yourself in time. Because your experiences in a factory produce the hair. But I saw it as a black man with the curly hair. African. How did we not know? It was so obvious and in our face for so long that, like, in movies where you'd see like a group of 6 or 7 people of color, that all the colors are different and the face shapes are different, and everybody was just calling them black. But it's so obvious now that like half of those people that we were calling black were Native American. Like there were dark-skinned indigenous people. It's so obvious now that like Africans seem to have more of a, I wouldn't say scaly like reptilian, but I would say like when I look at people of African tribes, Africa's such a big country, big continent. Some of them look like sometimes when I see videos of people that live out in Africa, whether in a village or in a city or whatever, I don't really see a lot of content from African cities. I think that that's by choice to keep Americans from realizing how cool it is down there, and to realize, because they're trying to perpetuate the idea that Africa is a developing continent, even though there's major cities across the world that are bigger than U.S. cities. There are tons of cities in Africa that are better and bigger than U.S. cities. U.S. major cities suck, and they're not as big as people make them out to be. And then I've seen videos of people flying overseas and showing cities, and they're huge. Chinese cities are huge. I think the government has algorithms and advanced AI that hides that from us. The fact that the world is so much bigger than we realize in terms of like what's out there and technology. It's just they've positioned America as the cool kids table, the popular guys that everyone looks at. Like the same psyops that we have about Donald Trump and Kamala and Biden ruining our country that makes everybody mad about them. America is that psyop for the rest of the world, where they're like, what the fuck is America doing today? I can't believe America's doing this today. Don't they know that they're in charge of the world? And people are pretty sure that we're about to we might be at war with the East for Alaska. If there is going to be some type of technological superpower being used on both sides as a weapon, and then China decides to come at us the way that they did to Pearl Harbor with Japan, I think it would start in Greenland, Mexico, Canada, Alaska. They would probably, like, there's probably a lot more military bases than we realize that are in those islands at the top of Canada. And I mean, I'm starting to see more and more TikToks every day of people that are looking in trucks to see what's in these trucks. So they're sneaking into the trucks when guys are at gas stations and shit, and they're finding children's bodies, dead children, stem cell stuff, an organ donor that becomes food for a robot. And there's also a big thing going on where, you know how I've been saying water is sentient and it's a conscious entity. AI runs on water. Every 100 words of an email that AI creates for somebody, when you go to ChatGPT, and there's millions of people doing it, millions and millions and millions of people. I've downloaded. I bet like 2 of you have it downloaded. Every 100 words of an email you ask it to make is a bottle of water that it consumes. So I think that they made AI a little too human, because they now have robots that are bigger than us, stronger than us, and they've recreated the human body with tubes that funnel water into robot bodies that can be controlled by AI. So it could be like the war could be against cloud, like AI machines that resistance soldiers will have to have big ships that can go against these AI robots that can push them out of the way to harvest a cloud and run off with the water and then fly back into the underground. To get everybody water. So like the rangers that would go out, like the scouts in like tribal times that would fight people for the food on the land, is going to turn into like sentient consciousness in robots versus people using machines, and benevolent AI versus malevolent AI with boundaries attacking each other to harvest water from clouds. So that's what we're preparing for. That's what the world is doing right now. It's not a race war. It's a DNA war on consciousness, while we await for whatever's going to happen with AI. So when there are people that are pioneering a new innovative way to think that might help the world, they attack the people that are susceptible to attack in their life, and they force them to come at and target the chosen ones. So that's why I have family members that are fat losers stuck in addiction, that obsess about me and stalk me and slander me and gaslight me. And everywhere I go, they try to do what they can't do to me through other people. So they'll call random people like managers of stores or police in the area or hospitals in the area. And then they show up, and I'm now in a spiritual battle against the community where they're trying to gaslight me with a lie that my family spread about me. And the people often get violent, and they often break their protocols and do anything they can to hurt me. And the only thing that protected me was this camera. So I continue to make YouTube videos. That's the only reason I'm making YouTube videos at this point, is because they won't stop. This is my defense against sick people. Really sick people that need a lot of help, that I don't feel deserve it. I wish they rot. I hope they die. I hope they die. I don't want them to get better. I don't want them to change. I don't care what happens to them anymore. I don't want them to fight in my army anymore. I don't want to make their life so, like, I used to think every day about how to get my father an RV and land and have him lead a fulfilling life so that he could be satisfied before he died. So I fought for years, every day, consistently trying new things and thinking in different ways and just trying to get to the most perfect thing to do to help my family. In a way where I didn't have to, I felt like getting a job was literally sacrificing everything I worked for. So when I sat down to do the employment process, and I was sitting with what I felt to be a demonic entity trapped in a Masonic matrix that someone had subscribed or signed his life away, and now was channeling down through him to talk to me. And I was the remaining few people that chose to stay connected to the trees. So I'd go sit in this negotiation with an employer that would start cackling and doing exactly what the judge did, literally on camera, and none of you care. Or the crow that tried to dive bomb me in the window yesterday, that you all just don't seem to understand. It's just not getting through to you, right? You just can't get it because you don't deserve to get it. You're part of the problem. You're what's going to die in the lake of fire, in brimstone. Nate, Vicky, Melissa, Jesse, Ariana, Gary, Vincent, Leo, John, Michael, and then just all the different versions of those names. Sean, John. What? What was that? What was that banging? It was in the room. What happened? It sounded like something fell in the room. The wall is a very loud thud, and I think that the walls are thick. Was I getting too positive, man? Was I getting too real? Was I connecting too much to the biblical Christ consciousness? By speaking too much truth? Something knocked something over in my room that I haven't found yet. Fear-mongering. They're fear-mongering. But it's going to be okay. What else? I mean, at the end of the day, there will probably be the trumpet sound. It's probably already happened. But, you know, that big wow that disrupts all of life so that you're forced to confront the truth, the shining light, the big high vibration that cuts through like Code Lyoko. So, like, you won't be able to go to work. You won't be able to watch porn. You won't be able to smoke. It'll be very difficult to, and you will have to suffer to restructure yourself if you want to go. And I'm sure that if I'm seeing that, and I'm a fraction of the compassion available in the entire universe, and I'm just a small fraction of what's going on in the infinite, I'm sure there's something very kind and compassionate helping us. But I don't see why God is letting this hypocrisy stir. What up, Jacqueline? She's tired. She's Brazilian with many kids, I think. Okay, and she lives in a city in central Brazil. Let's draw a Black Panther. The dark catamount. That's amazing. Oh God, I need a computer. Because I want to start organizing my thoughts. And really getting everything laid out that I have available so I can start systematically working on it and implementing the ideas that I have instead of just chaotically creating just to have it sort of float away and then try to draw it back. I want to get down what I have, at least. Going to Johnson to get me a job. Don't know where I've been. I'm sorry I can't fit inside of your box. If you knew where I'd been, you'd know why I stopped. I'm going to Johnson, so you can fuck off. I made me a list of those who did me wrong. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. If they don't say sorry, they're gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson. I'm going. I see a UFC ring. I see a boxing cage. I think the closer I get to the streets, the happier I am. But you have to incorporate a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain you need to endure to be comfortable in the streets that I like when I can go to Vermont and I don't have to think about. Because then that realness, you realize a lot of shit about people that I tend to avoid. I'm gonna meet God, going to Johnson to get me a job. Sucks. I don't want to be around these people. Like, I look at these guys and there's nothing I like about them. It's not cool. You'll be punished, man. You will be punished. There are people trying to practice empathy and projection. Usually just blows back in their face. I'm a superhero, guys. It all comes with me. How you feeling? It's all gonna go over here. Okay. It's 1 degree out. I'm waiting till like 11 before I call these people. We're gonna check the Discord and see who's hanging out, if anybody's doing anything. Nobody's really letting me know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. What's everybody up to? That's cool. That makes me happy. Every time I open Discord, it goes to my personal Discord where it's just me. I have a group that I've been really waiting to add people to, that I've been working on for a long time, a Discord channel. And that's like what I care about the most. And then I have the large wiener army on Discord that you guys can join. I'd be kicking people out. I kick people out and then add them back. If I have a dream where the person's getting too weird, I just drop people. And I'm on the fence about Nate right now. I don't know what it is with Nate, but every time he's back in my life, there's a lot of shit that happens spiritually. And then it's like the intuition guides me to discover something secret, which is weird. What's everyone up to? Crime fighting. There are 4 people online. We making projects, we making videos. Wonder Woman is almost over. Gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. I need Photoshop. Those who did me wrong. I want to see what a black catamount looks like. So look at black catamount. That's cool. I don't know if it's AI or not, but if you just look up catamount on Google with nothing, like no location, one of the first images is like one of the best images taken of a mountain lion is in Vermont. Then if you look up mountain lion, it's all Idaho, Colorado. But if you look up catamount, it gives you Vermont. I think I might like mountain lions more than lions. Because mountain lions are in the mountains. I'm taking in pictures of mountain lions. They're very cool. They're like small, agile bears. They're bears, but small and agile. More focused. I think more thought goes into... I think they just think different. I don't think that mountain lions may be smarter. Actually, they are actually. When mountain lions are evading wolves when they're traveling. This is cool, and it's my favorite colors. Is this for sale? This is really fucking cool. This is really cool. It's $28. What size is it? It's large. I can't buy it yet. It's cool. It's an old shirt that's the style of what I'm trying to make, literally. It's like fits into my life really nice right now. It's my colors too. See, I would be sitting here making art, plotting and brainstorming. I think I need Adderall. Rest, Adderall, a forest trail to ride around. It'd be cool to work on the fire tower, to be fire watch. Well, if needs Adderall to function, I'm sure I need Adderall to function. Who's doing that? Who the fuck's doing that? Who the fuck doing that? We'll get one more soda. we're not going to have a talk about how to change your life. I'm old. Instead, I don't really want to share with you guys anything I'm doing. I'm getting like visions, bits and pieces of things. Okay. We're going into ChatGPT, and I'm going to have it design something for me. That's what I like. It's going to be cool. I just need access to Photoshop. So today, I don't know. The last time I tried to have my computer fixed, there was a bunch of gay and trans people at the shop, and they spent the entire time playing the stupid games to try to demean you and destroy you and take your power away from you and literally become you. It's satanic. Like, a lot of people are doing satanic rituals in their everyday life. It's like becoming a part of society. And I know that a lot of you don't go outside and talk to people, so you have no idea anything about anything. I can sit here and talk shit about my mom for 6 hours. It's disgusting she watches my content. She needs to be in a hospital. I think a lot of you should, I'm not gonna lie. Just to understand how bad it is in there. Alright. I don't think I'll feel satisfied until they die. I'm not gonna kill them, but they need to go. There are some people that don't deserve. They need their internet taken, and they need to be locked in a room for a long time, and then let out when an AI has deemed they've learned their lesson. Okay. told you I watch a lot of Smosh. Smosh is last year, no, 2023. Smosh all came out and said that they're Irish. There was a huge thing where Keith said that he was really Keith. He wasn't Keith Lee. He's really Keith O'Brien. And everybody's like, "Wow!" staring at the camera. I was like, "Okay, that's a Satanist ritual for my attention." And then everybody talked about how Irish they are and all this. And then they dropped last year. They dropped the videos about Casey and how to be that straight guys are finally back. And Casey was the guy bringing straightness back. Isn't that cool? Smosh made a video for the whole world to see. It's one of the biggest channels about how a guy named Casey working with a guy named after my ex's cat. And they're all Sagittarius. Work together to bring straight guys back into the mainstream. Now they're all wearing indigenous clothes. All the Irish people have been wearing clothes that are indigenous designs. Like I'm not the main character. Isn't that weird? It's like the things I'm promoting, sitting in a room talking to what I'm pretty sure is like some type of belly of the beast style AI matrix in all of everyone, everywhere. The things that I think are cool and I want more of. Other people that fall under that theme embody the ideas I want promoted. But not to say I'm exempt from it. Years in the past, those people I felt like were part of that system give me hints that I'm like, why did they say that? They like broke the sequence for a second to throw in some new information that like makes no sense to me. And then years later, I think about it and where I'm at in life. I'm like, oh, it made no sense then because it was a note in the wrong song. It was a part of the wrong Lego set. Now that I've built this huge Lego set years later, this fits perfectly in. It was a hint, a message from the future. I'm tapped in. I'm a beast. I'm a badass. Oh, guys. Oh, shit. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. That was too beautiful. That zoom out motion is what they're very afraid of, by the way. The Matrix doesn't want you guys to learn how to zoom out of your own mind. That's something that could get me killed. Can you guys see the snow falling? Hey, that's a cat. Cat dozer. $222. What the hell? Don't copyright strike me. It's nice out. It's snowing. How's this? Pedro Pascal. wish I could react to The Last of Us. Okay. Now I've sporadically written tons of things in different places. Okay, at least I'm keeping this with songs. Okay. Passport. I'm eating a lot of sugar and I'm drinking a lot of probiotics in the hopes that my gut is going to go through tons of different reverse McDonald's. So I'm thinking that as long if I drink a lot of probiotics and I don't know if this will work for a fact, but I know that bacteria love sugar. So in my head I'm like, I'll fill my body up with carbs, sugars, while I drink probiotics, and that will let the bacteria grow, and then my gut will reset while I sleep, because I spent a year eating nothing but McDonald's and gas station pizza. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know. What up? What up? Let me check Discord. Whoa. You guys ever just zoom out in your mind? You guys ever just take a look inside? Then you realize that everybody that you watch on your For You page and on the news, and on the commercials, they're all government operatives that are trained to be doing what they're doing. You know the biggest streamer on Twitch for a long time, Amaranth? Amaranth is literally the female Masonic order. Google Amaranth, and you'll see that it's the pioneer of OnlyFans. Amaranth means the female Masonic order. Hey, where'd everybody go? Where is everybody, man? What the hell? What the hell? They changed my name on the Discord to the GOAT, up next, up right now. That's nice of them. That's pretty cool. Duck King of the North. How quickly do you think I could get to 500 bucks? To get this computer. Is Unreal Engine free? Is Unreal Engine 5. That's cool. Is blender free. Yeah. Is animation software free. Oh God. Oh God. Really, I just need land, computer, solar panels, Wi-Fi, and a safe building to hide in if I need to from like bears and mountain lions. That isn't going to get swept under by storms. So. And then we're good to go. I could take over the world in a week. Literally. Apparently, literally, I could. Literally, I could be on a boat with Andrew Tate in a week. Literally. Okay. Oh, I got Futurama playing. South Park. I'm gonna put you here so you guys can see this cool view. Eric Cartman. They call me the Cartman. No Eric. I was trying to do a podcast with the home Eric. Baby faces everywhere, humble songs and no temptation. The heat is on, and that's nice.
Hey guys, there's a change in the air. Two changes. The three-row luxury TX, because everyone should feel like the center of the universe.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms without the
I got fucking orzo. I got the wrong pasta. Check this out. I bet you guys have never thought about in the water you use to boil pasta. Had a little bit of mucho mango in that bitch. Sweet pasta is pretty good.
Lucky rabbit named Scoot. That's Swedish. That's a whole lot. Named Scoot.
Who dares message me in the Discord? It's already 10 o'clock. What was I doing? Oh, Discord. Pet O'Brien. The hero we don't deserve. I'm cooking orzo. I want to take action here. Okay. I need people that can make clothes. My room doesn't have hot water. Useless fuck. Right when I hit send on a message to somebody else, you popped in immediately. I don't have hot water in my room, so I smell like shit. Who the fuck are you, useless fuck? What's your profile picture? Oh. Is it of a black cat with Dragon Balls? I don't know. I don't know either, man. I bought the wrong fucking pasta. Look, I bought pasta from Walmart, and look what they fucking gave me, dude. Have you even seen this? This shit in the microwave. And my body's moving through. Something weird's going on in my body. I keep getting this weird, disgusting smell.
Just between us girls, nothing gets my vag wetter than a black man singing.
Mr. Garrison, come on.
You're awesome, Token. We knew you could do it. $200, Token. That's great. Percent of 200 is $20. Here you go. Oh, whoa! Sweet! This is just the beginning. I bet we start to see all kinds of offers coming in for Token now.
Hey there, my man. That was a great performance.
Thanks.
Don Heisman, Creative Arts Agency in Los Angeles. I think you've got real promise. How'd you like to sign with CAA?
Are you serious? Excuse me, Token already has representation. You may have heard of Super Awesome Talent Agency.
No. Look, Token, there's some shows in LA we want to book you on right away. If you come out to my limo, we can talk everything through.
Oh my god. Okay. Token, you sign with us. Oh, come on, guys.
I bet they're gonna rape him. It's gonna be like, you can work for us, but we have to microchip your brain. And you have to sacrifice your aunt to us. Then whatever you want. That's her contract. Jason Derulo signs to the industry, has to sacrifice his mom and get a microchip in his brain to be controlled. But he has access to every single other famous hot star that he wants. Whenever he wants to fuck them, they can just schedule in. Miley Cyrus has to be at Jason Derulo's house every Thursday at 9 p.m. Like a timeshare. for industry poofy. I want some Chinese food, man. I'm bored. How old are you? Five Nights at Freddy's. How old are you, useless fuck? You swore in your name, so I figured you were older. He's bored. What are you up to, man? Are you playing Roblox? Are you waiting for your school? Did you have a snow day today? Do some goddamn push-ups.
Sorry, dude. We didn't repair up the ground. It takes too much work for us.
No, you're not in school. You're not 12. You're not 8 years old. I'm bored. Useless fuck. You're not 12 or 8. Bored? I'm not bored. I'm watching South Park. When you grow up, sometimes life gets so boring that everything is almost interesting. Like the snowfall. I could just sit out here and stare at the snowfall for like an hour and a half if I wanted to, and I wouldn't be bored. Because life is a gift. You're 7. Hannah Montana. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you grow up, man? Buy my merch. Steal your parents' credit card and buy my merch. Just kidding. Yes. I Tell your mom when you grow up you want to be schizophrenic. Say, when I get older, I want to be bipolar schizophrenic. I want to talk to bugs. You don't know what you want to be when you grow up? When you grow up, there's going to be like, you're going to have robot friends. When you're my age, in 18 years, you're going to have robot friends and flying cars. And I will be 38 years old. What am I to take away from this? Well, my content has a lot of value, but it's mainly based on who's asking. So I have a lot to offer if you have questions about life. But other than that, I'm mostly just a hangout. People just hang out here while I slowly work towards doing cool stuff. So for right now, we're just hanging out. And then when people ask me questions, I offer them a lot of things that they can take away from. Like, a lot of life is based off of potential. So when you can do a lot of different things and you have options to choose from, you have the ability to live a more fulfilling life. So things like getting buff and saving money and learning skills allows you to do things like go on adventures or make cool friends or be able to create cool things. And when you don't build that potential, it becomes a lot harder to do things as you get older. You have VR friends? Do you have a VR headset and you play Gorilla Tag with your friends on the internet? Instead of real tag at Playground, he plays Gorilla Tag, and he plays... What else do you play? What are the cool, fun games that you play?
We're taking her to Los Angeles, where she will work in massage parlor until she works off the deck. No, she not here. Please, just give me a little more time. Where is she? She in Alabama. You're lying. Turn him around. She is? All right. Turn up. She's over there.
Ching chong my pound.
My shitty chicken. Oh, the shitty beans. Stop. Freeze. Not the shitty shrink.
Are you rich? Do your parents have a lot of money and they have a pool and they live in a nice house? Also, my parents don't have those things. Some people live in big mansions and some people live in small huts. I think both of them are can be just as happy as each other. Among Us. Sussy Baka. Sussy Fortnite. Sussy Fortnite. Sussy Fortnite Baka. You still play Among Us? Do you play Minecraft? This guy is 7 years old. He likes playing Minecraft and Among Us in VR. And he has a lot of friends on his VR games. How about... No, he doesn't. It was the dog. I'd play Among Us with you. I'd do a live stream and play Among Us. That's what we should do. Once I get a computer, we should all play Among Us. We should make Among Us content. I've got friends that play video games too. That's cool. Look at him. He's responding like this. But then earlier he said, "What am I to take away from this?" Question mark. Was that your mom typing or was that you? When you said earlier, "What am I to take away from this?" Was that you typing or was that somebody else? That was your mom? Okay. I thought so. I was like, that's a smart 7-year-old. Really got me. Really put me on the spot for saying like shit. Pardon my French. No, we're good. I don't know. I don't know if I'm family friendly content. Do you guys think I'm family friendly content? I've been traveling. I'm a spiritual person. I think maybe I need to kind of revamp what I say as I grow bigger, so I don't indoctrinate kids to start calling their mom names. Yeah. I used to. There's a stray cat that lives outside that we feed every night named Shadow. I've been trying to get her inside, but I have to get paperwork to make it okay for her to be allowed inside. And then I'll have a cat. But I gave my dad a cat. I used to have one. Do you have a cat? I think he might be on his brother's account because he named himself a swear word. Is this your brother's account or your dad's account, stepdad? It's your mom's account. Why aren't you in school, mister? Shouldn't you be in school? Do you live in Oklahoma? Or some type of inner city or something? You're a girl? You're a girl that plays VR games and has friends that play Among Us. That's cool. That's the new world. Well, I may say things that are mean to people sometimes. And sometimes I do swear, sometimes I will swear. While we're working on organizing my content to make cooler videos. It's going to be a lot of just hanging out and doing things like push-ups and art and reacting to videos. Okay. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Poop, 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 poop. Okay. What else am I doing? I need to figure out a Rokon versus a dirt bike versus ATV. Where's my other phone? Oh, coloring stream. Should we color? ChatGPT. I suppose there's nothing I can say to get an explanation. Perhaps I'm not owed one. Perhaps I owe you. I don't know. I don't know what you would need to explain. You know, there's a 7-year-old in my chat. I'm not gonna say anything bad. But I don't know. I do streams. I'm traveling. I'm an indigenous nomad, so I've been traveling. I had a brain injury 5 years ago, and I recovered from that, and I started making content about how weird it is to be outside traveling. And then I went through a lot of heavy, crazy spiritual experiences. You know, like the government did come out and talk about aliens. They said aliens are real. I don't know, from personal experience, from on our end, I call it like we're on the spiritual front lines, where I'm traveling around rural Vermont, and we have people that, like, you know, I've got friends that I've met that have been like victims of very hard circumstances involving the regular townspeople. So I thought that it was a cool, unique perspective to be on this side and traveling and getting in touch with nature and my culture and growing more. And I've also just seen a lot of crazy stuff that with like police that have done a lot of stuff to us. So I made this channel when I got to 50 subscribers. When you get 50 subscribers, you're able to live stream, so you can go live. So I needed this camera sometimes because I had police that were way out in the forest, in the woods, where there's nobody to really hold them accountable. And then you have this culture of people that like to live outside. Like Vermont is associated with hippies, and you've got people that want to be nomadic and live outside and don't want to work a job all the time and want to live off the land. And they're great people, but there's also a group of people that are property owners, pay heavy taxes from a culture that's been long gone. Like a lot of the world has evolved past the culture that is still here. So like I have friends that I'll never find again that have gone missing. And I've also lived out in the woods and been able to call birds, and I'm pretty sure I've met some type of, you know, like if you look up Wendigo, you see like the hooded figures with the deer skulls. Those things, we see them all the time out here and throughout the Appalachian Mountains. And I've got people where we look up at the sky and we go, "Can I please get a shooting star?" And then we get one. And then I have subscribers now that go sit on their porch and they're like, "Can I get a shooting star, God?" And then boop, they get a shooting star. Sometimes I don't get them, and then my family members will get one and be like, I just saw a shooting star and I thought of you. So I feel like that's really, nobody's really talking about that stuff. So I go live and talk about it live firsthand, where everyone here is with me. And then sometimes I like talk about problems with the people that I see. Like if there's a cop that is insecure and was probably bullied in high school and is too deranged in delusion from his power and his social status, that he's become like this contorted self-image and he just walks around being a bully to everybody. I'll go live and record the bully as he's trying to bully me, and he gets mad and he'll like stomp around and spit, and then they call it manufacturing a crime, where they try to bait you into acting disorderly, or you know, they'll like look around at your stuff and they'll try to figure out if you stole anything, or different instances now that we know of how they violate rights and the procedures they do, like little loopholes they do to try to get homeless people or indigenous nomads or university students or just people that aren't really of their business owner taxpayer group that they're paid to protect. People outside of that they feel allowed to bully. I've been kind of exposing some of that stuff because they wouldn't leave me alone. And I've had friends that are no longer with us because of what they've done. So I've been sort of documenting the journey, finding out solutions to these problems, advocating to other people in different programs that deal with people in addiction that are dealing with this type of stuff. And I just prefer being outside and traveling. So I wound up part of that demographic. So I just make content about that, and then sometimes I get mad and I swear. So I'm not going to say there's not going to be streams where I'm like, you know, F this, F that. This guy, this GDPOS. Like I have a judge there. There's a judge in my hometown that's part of a old Masonic network, which is just normal around here. They still do the Order of the Eastern Star. They're still part of that, the Elks Club and the Lions Club. And, you know, one of them got caught with a minor, and he had R-worded her from 10 to 16. And when the girl turned 27, she admitted it. And he said, basically, I don't want to go to jail because I'll die in jail. And then I'll tell you about everybody else on the police force and who they're doing it to. And then it turned out that that cop in my hometown state police is part of this big branch of government, like masonry, that still engages in the sort of SA for spiritual power that they were doing 200 years ago in this area with the indigenous people. So we talked, like, I went live the other day and had the camera pointed at him, and he could see me in the courtroom. So stuff like that's on the channel. I'm saving up for a computer, and then we'll have video game streams and stuff like that. That would be more kid friendly, because I have a group of friends now on Discord that play video games. So that would be more friendly. Maybe I should make a second gaming channel that when I talk like this and I find a kid, I should say, don't listen to this. This is adult talk. And I play games at night where we can hang out. I don't know. But I know that the internet has no regulations anymore. And I know that tons of kids are watching like terrible stuff all day. And like Kai Cenat is overly sexual. Andrew Tate's trying to be, but he's not really. You have things called OnlyFans streamers now, like bathtub, hot tub streamers, which are just girls that wear bikinis and they live stream talking to children all day, taking advantage of hormones. The internet's not a great place right now, in general. I don't think I would have my kids would be playing more video games than being on the internet, because I'd rather they like do, at least if they're going to be in a toxic community, they should be doing something that trains their brain with certain skills like Minecraft and Fortnite and Apex and the Uncharted games. And video games are great. Even Grand Theft Auto is good. Like, I'd rather my kids play Grand Theft Auto than watch a hot tub streamer sit there in a bikini and flirt with children for money. I'd rather they go to the strip club in GTA and get a lap dance than for them to find my kid in one of these girls' chats giving her some of my money. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird time in the world. We're like at the precipice of Tesla bots right now, where for $20,000, even if I'm homeless, Tesla bot for 20 grand, that's like 2 full-time jobs. In less than a year, I could have a robot butler that can be trained in self-defense, and it could be my girlfriend. I could have a girlfriend robot that's trained in self-defense for less than a brand new car, that will walk with me, solar panel sunlight. I'd have to keep a gun to protect that valuable asset. And I wouldn't do it in the city until everybody had one. But out here in the forest, that thing could carry my stuff. It could carry my wheelbarrow and could go pick up rocks for me in the woods and then build me a stone wall. So I could with one Tesla bot, I could just have him running all day, making clothes, picking up rocks and building me a fortress, gardening for me, planting my crops and then harvesting my microgreens, running an automated microgreen farm with solar panels and heat lamps in a shipping container that I sell to health food stores. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get Larry to do that for me a little bit. Larry and John Michael and Nate. I don't know what the fuck Nate does. I don't know what he feels his goals are. I'd assume he's rich. If Nate's not rich, man, I'm gonna be mad. I'm putting him on the spot. I don't know what explanation you're looking for, but that's my channel. It's just traveling, talking smack about the people that treat me wrong, talking about the crazy stuff that goes on outside in the forest at night, and making music. And then when people ask me questions, I provide my when I was 14, I had an IQ of 120, and I had just had a really bad traumatic experience, and I was coming off of acid. Because as a freshman, I used to hang out with the seniors, and the seniors would do acid. So I did acid a couple times. So after a huge traumatic experience that had me go into government custody because I'd lost a parent, and coming off hallucinogenics, and I lied to them about it. I had an IQ of 120. I didn't really have to do work, and I would graduate with high honors every year. I would just ignore my classes until the very end. So I have I'm a certified audio engineer. I'm also a certified self-help instructor, the closest you can get to a certification. Like I used to run groups on changing your mindsets to heal depression and focus on how to instill a growth mindset. And now I guess I don't know, I've completed Sundance, which is an indigenous ceremony. Basically means that I'm like if you didn't have to go to war, and if we didn't have guns, I would be eligible to be to wear the headdress, the war bonnet. So I'm proud of that. I've had to fight people in self-defense. I've had to fight for my life outside. I've wrestled an enemy for a weapon, and then I defeated him with it. I've stolen an enemy's horse or his bike. I've led an army of people to battle, and we won. In my case, it was leading groups of 20 or 50 kids in different programs, all together, making them work out, letting them set goals, and then getting them through abuse in a system that was there to take advantage of us. And I got us through, and then I got all those kids into management positions, and I got them girlfriends. I taught them how to be what the system was failing to teach them. I helped them grow. I taught them how to grow their own opinion on those things to be an all-around better person. So, and then I've also led kids through war zones where there's 2,000 homeless people outside and no police, and everybody's got hatchets and they're on heroin, and we're not. We're just living out there because we don't have anywhere else to go, and the world is crazy. So I got them through that. So we count that as going to battle. And then touch an enemy without him knowing. I won't share my tactics, like defeating an enemy without him knowing who you are or what you did. So because of that, I've had people that are Navajo, Apache, people that are East LA, gangbangers, people that are other indigenous nomads have told me that I would never be able to be considered the last war chief because there was a guy in World War II, and they're still trying. There's still many indigenous people in the military, and I don't even know my tribe. I just know the obvious. and the blood. So they said that I could be recognized, and in if there was a situation where I had something with court where I was trespassed from a public property because I was walking through singing Angel Eagle, come on down from the heavens just to help us on our way. They come to teach us, then they leave us to find some other souls to save. Angel Eagle, come on down, hear my drum, because I need you now. And I got trespassed because the governor of Vermont saw me on a public property and texted the security saying, "Why is this engine squawking on our property?" And they trespassed me. Then a hurricane and a tornado came, and I had to go to the high ground, and I went onto this farm, and I went into a shed, and the shed happened to be in their range of what they own. It was state land. So I was arrested brutally, tortured, waterboarded, forced to. They did a lot. It lasted 5 or 6 months because I caught them. They knew I caught them with my phone, so they came back and stalked and harassed and intimidated and tried to entrap and solicited trespasses and all that for months and months and months. And it got so bad, a sheriff's department from the adjacent network paid for me to come down to this place to get me over here. Clipped. So I'm going to clip that, and I'm going to put that on my channel, and that's my content right now. It's educational, it's different, it's fun. I'm just hanging out, trying to get buff so I can maybe get a girlfriend, trying to get buff to get a gym membership, better content, working with animators, working with video editors, writing. I have like 5 albums written. I've got 3 TV shows pretty much, plus collab albums, plus projects for other people. So I'm just at this like precipice right now. I'm right before the breakthrough where I have this, the river's flowing in all directions. So I'm just chilling. I'm about $500 away from getting that computer. How's that? Let's check my Discord. I miss the crows. Nobody's talking in the Discord. What the fuck I swore. Immediately swore. Immediately I cussed. There are 4 people online. No, they're not. They're all offline. What are y'all doing? It's a Thursday, right? Okay. So I have to call. Hey. She texted me, I think. Yeah, I'm over. Okay. What? Where's Kathy? Or Krista? Hey. I am okay. I moved to Johnson and was behind
shelf for a while, trying to work at Dollar General and the gas station. Select board demanded I leave town. Government property. They sent me to Montpelier area, and I am in the hotel until Friday when the what the heck called? What the heck? There's angels on the TV. 201G-VR until the 201G-VR runs out. I am still the same, but resting in a safe place is sort of changing things. I am looking for work and am setting and working towards goals. I wanted to know if we can get another 201G-VR to keep me in the program through winter. That's better because they can answer it on our own time. I'll try to call the office around noon. They killed Kenny. Boom, 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 boom. Who was this? Who was this? "100" by Sten Jody. 100 by Stenjodi. Stenjodi. It's still snowing. Everybody's peddling merch. 100. Sten Jody. 100 by Sten.
The gray area between hacker hunter is not as it used to be. There are hackers. Welcome to the jungle where it's savage for your haters. I hear every inch is earned and you're strapped to be the greatest. So the game will have you working like a mule for 40 acres. We hungry for a taste once they open up the cages. Wide up, I find hold it, light it up like we in Vegas. They say rock me Amadeus, so I'll rock this every day. It's the world is for the taking, so I'm strapping up my laces, stomping in my N7s, and your boys going native. Blood, sweat, tears, like the stories on our faces. Playing like a major, or you vanish like a vapor. Work, move, push it, bend it till you break it. Show 'em what you made it. Keep it on it till you break it. Keep it on it till you break it. 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 Keep it on it till you break it. On it till you break it. On it till you break it. Get all these pleasantries, boy, I'm here with these actions. If you can't understand it, really jack with the captions. For the hearing impaired, the haters who stare. So let's make it clear, we keep 100 from here. Yeah, I'm coming from nothing, but I ain't asking for nothing. And yeah, I might be an actor, but this ain't acting a frame. From the reds to the hood, from the dirt to the mud. Muskogee DNA is that warrior's blood. Indigenous eyes, no government lies. Militant minds and the ego will fly. Hearing them scream and seeing them die. So it really matters that leadership lies. Put in the work, no matter the law. Struggle and never give up. You gon' have to get it, you gon' have to take it.
No. No. I like the idea. I like the concept. I like it. But you're missing something. But I don't have a song. I have a... Pop off with the top off. We don't have a roof. Higher powers took over in 2022. So we broke out of the kennel and we on the loose. I put 100,000 hours in the stew, man. I hate to burst your bubble, boy, but I cop a couple pounds and I slip it through my town. I've been known to shut them down when they try and take the crown and they cannot catch a vibe. They've been shut out of the sound. I'm the undisputed realest one around. He tried to pull a gun. I made that. Put it down and she sit that kitty down while I chill and watch The Sopranos. I'm the new Tony Montana. We came out snowy mountains, but we hotter than a sauna. If they try to pull up on us, it's no ghetto, so luguero cumpleaños. I do business mano mano. Sauce them up, pico de gallo, eat, devour, and defile. And I tried to shake their hand, but it curled into a fist. I don't politic with pissy pessimists. Don't pretend to be the shit when you're nothing but a wimp. Get the off my before I pull up on your seducing feeder all my kids. You know exactly who this is. I'm him. I'm watching a literal war of revelations over Kenny. Come on. They're fighting to save the guy whose name means the Irish Fire. Demons are all at war, and humanity's all at war over whether they should kill Kenny or not. Kenny McQueen. Killed Kenny. I knew I was destined for the limelight. I get high and fight back when the time's right. There's no way they could ever take away my mind sight. Cause I came off of Legos and a light bright, and I could knock out like a Mike Tice. I said I'll knock out like a Mike Vick, and I got about 1,000 kids bumping my get the off my before I cancel y'all like Christmas. I'm on 100 happers hit list and 1,000 women's wish list. You better mind your business before I cancel y'all like Christmas. Oh my God, they killed Kenny. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Thank you.
Hey guys, good morning. At this point, I may be
I can't feel out of here, the truth will come out again. I cannot wait for the day you do again. Until the police say you do. You come around, yeah. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey yo. Way ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya, hey ya, way yo, hey ya, 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 ya. Way ya, hey ya, hey ya, way ya, hey yo. Way ya, hey, 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 hey. I'm right here. Hold me close, don't fight the feeling. I'm in need of some good healing. Sha-na-na-na, yeah. Sha-na-na-na, yeah. Hold me close, don't fight the feeling. I'm in need of some good healing. Come and tell me that you love me, yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm working on right now. Hold me close, don't fight the feeling. I'm in need of some good healing. Sha-na-na-na, yeah. Sha-na-na-na, yeah. I was in my magnum homeless, trying to write my magnum opus, hoping that nobody noticed that I'm cold outside and alone. All the trauma that I went through turned my heart to an explosive. You can feel before I show up, leave me be before I blow. And I just hope my father's proud by the time he's in the ground, so the crowds don't hear me scream where I went wrong. Cause if I don't wear this crown and take all these nothing towns, I will burn them all to make you feel the love, bitch. I'm a war machine. I'm so tired of the drama, always coming back around. Somehow it grows up, but they're not connected to the ground. All the problems of the people that forgot they came from the ground. Cause if I don't defeat the evil and reintroduce them to the ground, I will burn it all to make you face the truth, bitch. I'm a war machine. How's that? Cause if I don't defeat the evil and introduce them to the ground, I will burn it all to make you face the music. Cause if I don't get on stage and make them jump, cause if I don't hear the crowd and make them jump around, I will burn it all to make them face the music. I'm a war machine. I'm a war machine. I fucking hate you. I don't like you. Don't like you. I feel pain when sometimes people join my live streams and I feel pain. It hurts. Their narcissistic demon comes in and tries to do anything they can. I can just see all of your problems. If I don't always come, take all these nothing towns, I will burn them all to make you face the music. I'm a war machine. Randy Marsh. Randy Marsh. Leave me before I blow. If I don't wear the crown, take all these nothing towns, I will. Your petty judgments mean nothing to the trophies on my wall, Ariana. What's in music? Easy. Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. I'm really happy with this. Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. Got 7 women on my mind. 4 that wanna hold me, 2 that wanna stone me. 1 says she's a friend of mine. 1 says she's a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. I like that it's out of tune a little bit. I know, boy, you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. Take it easy. Well, I'm standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me.
Come on, baby. Don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me.
Who do you know that sounds like that? Who do you know that sounds like that?
Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. Got a world of trouble on my mind. I'm looking for a lover
Who won't blow my cover?
She's so hard to find. Take it easy, take it easy.
Don't let the sound of your own
Don't let the
wheels
sound of
drive
your
you
own
crazy.
wheels drive you crazy. Lighten up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just
Find a place to stand.
take it easy.
Ooh.
Well, I'm running down the road trying to loosen my load. Got a world of trouble on my mind. Looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. You're so hard to find. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of
Your own wheels drive you crazy.
lighten up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. Take it easy. Well, I'm standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford slowing
That's
down.
great. You can't comprehend my art. You can't comprehend how much I appreciate everything about that. Because it's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Look, the first music video, if you look at Young Spirit, is somebody with a Celtics jersey in the background. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Not now, while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand.
Core Power helps you rise to a
Take
whole
it
new level of recovery with 26 grams
easy.
of protein.
Right. You don't get to hear that one. Or this one. Cowboys don't like bass. I got a whole lot of nothing in it. So when the morning comes, I'll carve a heart on that old headboard. Long when you feel stressed, you were my wildflower. Roaming free, I had to leave and let you grow without me. You'll be with the rivers and the trees, butterflies with golden wings. And I'll be chasing freedom down boulevards of broken dreams. I told you I'd be big. And I'll come back and run my hands along, looking for a water. And you're my greener pastures, my happily ever after. I'll hold seconds. Broken, but I'm not hopeless. I know one day I'll have to be. songs to fall, things change. But I can't picture all what you need and all that you know. I don't have words for that one yet. Fake love, fake love, fake love. I hope me a villain if he's silent. Everything is children. Do this shit back to back, just try to piece of man. Didn't speak to pieces on the piece of pills. I'm hurting, bought it with some free stuff in the rhythm. All $100 they get mad at. Yeah, I'm for the business. Fake love, fake love, fake love. Fake love, fake love, fake love. I was on the phone, we left in the river. Hold it to the back of the sister of the dinner. I'm putting
Unlock incredible deals and explore the best selection
He's
of
still
music
here.
at Sweetwater. From state.
I'm not sharing it all with you. I'm not a white rapper, I am a demigod. Look, I'm for your squad and I'm always on top. I would have got it just to put me on spot. What do you got? Baby, show me what you got. Show me what you got. I was one on top. Who's in the block? Surrounded by the block. Who's in the stop? All about the spot, top shoot, I can see it every angle. I just sit back there and put the money on the table. I don't entertain snakes, fakes, and false labels. Get to the money, you're squeezing the shit so far. You know, you just out of care, take your feet out of the chair. You just put me on the layer, they just send me to my lair. I wasn't born to play it fair. I was kind of cute, life ain't fair. I said I was born cute, life ain't fair. When you put it on it with your feet, bro. You can't see me coming to my life, you sucking the blood. You're a son of a share. You're feeling fair. I'm just to read it on the deal. We're just treading water like it ain't seal. If you water, but still will get you killed. Cause Mac told me, staying still will get you killed. You can't even hear me, can you fucking keep it real? What's it about it, just you telling me the real? All my homies died, and now I'm popping pills. I am not a white rapper, I am a demigod. I am not a white rapper. What's this one? That was a freestyle. It wasn't trash for no reason. They had me down for a minute. I had to keep it back to business, back to basics, focus on business. I'm moving the whole system, and I'm government princes. I roll with polar bears, I don't got time for Doberman pincers. When you hear about it, it's just the way it glistens. You can see my show signs, I love the way it glistens. I love the way she's sitting the whip. It's just ridiculous. Count shit out, me and my brothers get ridiculous. We got, I said, who just changed their name? Who just changed their name? What are you talking about? Useless FK? Changed their name to what? And they said it was their mom. I had there was two types of messages coming through, and let me show you. Useless fuck. Thing I deleted says, I suppose there's nothing I can say to get an explanation. Perhaps I'm not owed one. Perhaps I owe you. I don't know. I didn't know what that meant. So I just explained what my channel was in case it was a mother. Who knows who's on the other end, but it sounded like a 7-year-old. I had a feeling it was a 7-year-old. I could be wrong. You know, I don't really care that much. Oh yeah, they have been talking for a long time. I taught useless fuck about autophagy. Yeah, they've been talking for a long time. They've been here for talking about. They were here for the whole police thing. They were here during a grand schizophrenic adventure, snack time, commenting. They've been talking for a while, bro. $84. It is a black cat with oranges. 853 views. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. They've been around for a long time. Maybe it was somebody pretending to be. I don't know. It sounds like a mom, and then it sounds like their kid got on. I don't know what that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, you're the best. I don't know. Why do people pop up on my suggested friends? Who are these people popping up on my suggested friends all the time? You know what the weirdest thing was? My tent, someone did break into my tent. And the only thing that they took was that feather. Remember the big red-tailed hawk feather I had? That's the only thing I lost. And I think maybe my cell phones that had all my previous beats on it that were broken. That had I had hundreds of songs written down in my other phones. A while ago, somebody went to my tent and I think they took I was collecting feathers for a headdress or something. Like I don't know if I didn't want to wear the headdress because it's ceremonial, but I kept finding these cool feathers. Like I would have a really tough couple weeks, like really eventful, dramatic, challenging few weeks that dealt with spiritual things. Like I had to master a spiritual aspect of the universe with people. And then I would just be walking down the street, and then I would my brain would say, "Man, you should go to that field." And I would find this giant, really beautiful, and there was eagle feathers, hawk feathers. So my rare feathers and my phones got taken from me. How is this choppy? Let me keep talking and see what happens. It was. Yeah. I'm gonna go live later.